Now, let's see. Does this work? Test, test. 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear me? You're live on the radio. Hey man, look at me rocking out. I'm not sure which of the two of you that is. How's Burrell? It's either Leon or Fur. Either or. Yeah, hi. Welcome. It's been a while since I've done something like this, and so I keep on swinging back and forth with like, okay, do I stream stuff? Do I not stream stuff? And yeah, this has been something that I've been trying to get set up properly for a while now, actually. That peaks into the red, so let me show you that. Check. Right, okay, yeah, that is still coming in. Noise might have changed that down from max volume to, let's go for about that. Why not? Alright. Well, yeah. Hi, everyone. I say looking up at the webcam as if you can see that, as if you can see me. That's not the case at all. Well, welcome to a miniature painting stream, the first of hopefully many. I have been a miniature painter for a fairly long time at this point. I first started when I was about 9, 10-ish, something like that, and it's kind of been a hobby that I've kind of continued to do throughout my life. It's kind of been one of the big creative outlets that I have. It's seen a lot of other uses for, well, my hobby in general, because I also play D&D and a bunch of other things, and I have a lot of models lying around that need to be made. Like you can see the latest batch here, but let me just, for demonstration's sake, let me grab a few more. I have all of this to paint, for a large part. There's a couple that have some paint they're unfinished yet. I have all of this to paint. That's the microphone. I thought that something was sliding off, but that was the microphone. I have all this to paint. And then I have some odd 2, 4, 6, 7 4-liter really useful boxes with magnets at the bottom ready for stuff to paint. I have 2 9-liter ones full of stuff. And then we get started with the dragons. Oh, there it is. For demonstration's sake, let me grab a couple of the dragons that I'm talking about here. Srelk. Browser tool, flames and base not included. As well as 4 other dragons of varying shapes and sizes. And then I also have all this here that is needs to be painted. There's a bit of a story behind that, but we'll get there eventually. This over here, and as you will see here, I have all my brushes and all my shit kind of laying around here because I recently did a couple of upgrades to my setup. Added these paint racks over here. There's a shelving unit here. There's a display unit here for like all my works in progress. It's kind of hard to get through at this point because there's paint, there's water in the way. And to get all the cables and stuff from the PC to, well, the desk, I had to drill a hole in my little paintbrush rack here. So I had to remove my paintbrushes because I had to take everything out. And with this microphone here in front of everything, I figured, well, might as well do a couple of things to start things off. The first of which would be getting the paint, getting my brushes back in place. Second of all would be getting all my paints, all of this here, getting all of that and organizing it. I figured I'd just do that with the stream going. And yeah, after all that's set up, ready and done, I figured, well, why not actually do some painting and some assembling, because I have here a number of figures that need some assembly work. This here is an Ishtola, which I got from the friend from which I am loading my 3D printer, or the 3D printer that I'm currently using. A character waifu from Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, which has a free trial that I should play through. The expansions, A Realm Reborn, the expansion Heaven's Ward, the expansion Stormblood, gets you a level up to 70. No limitations on playtime. For free. If you didn't hear, Ben Starr has been told that a lot. So here we have Ishtola. And I figured I would assemble her, prime her, as well as this Kaine piece that I actually want to get working on. Kaine, of course, being one of the characters from the cult classic game Nier Replicant. Or at least this particular version is the Nier Replicant version. She has other versions, many other versions. Kinda. So I figured I would go through the airbrush, climb all of this, get this out of the way. But first of all, of course, we have to start out with painting, or moving all my paintbrushes and getting them back in the rack. So let me double check what I actually have here. Let's make some, shove it all inside. Oh yeah, I also needed to prime these Switch controller holders that I printed out. Of course, that'd be a Final Fantasy XIV look. Who do you think I am? Sort everything out. I have tools. Are these all the tools? Yes. Sculpting tools. I have pets. And a buttload of brushes. Probably the most important one to have in there, or to give a place would be the larger stuff. Kind of go from larger stuff to smaller stuff. Also, who are the two of you is in there at the moment? Zeus, if he decides to take the name. But I don't think I'm too much of a nerd for that. Yeah, that's the large stuff. That's just a lot of brushes, right? Started with the largest stuff. This goes down here. Yep. Plunk all this nonsense here. As much as I like having it available to me, I don't always use it. Which, if you think about it, makes sense. You don't always end up having to sculpt stuff. Over here. Pipettes. Yeah, these pipettes, they do seem terms of the sound quality at the moment, please let me know, because as I have mentioned somewhere, the PC that I'm currently using to have all this set up is interesting. It's an old PC, so for some reason it does not have sound. Or it would have sound if I used the HDMI connection for the monitor, but then that would be picked up by the microphone. And that doesn't work. Yes, that's me. Merm is me. Greetings. How y'all doing? Okay, dry brush. Makeup brush, technically speaking. That's actually I cannot. I'll just plonk it over here. Put it over there. You can kind of see it. Right. That is going to end up being kind of risky. Background music lower, noted. Yeet. Further down. You see, this is exactly why you have this kind of stream, because you don't really get to figure all that stuff out on your own. Or at least I don't. You hear me now? Might also, if you also hear a little bit of noise in the background, that'll be because the door is open to the balcony. Actually, 1 second, I'll close that. Yeet. Look at there. 1 second. Damn, that's windy. A lot better, maybe one more click down. How's the mic being picked up? Because it's a Blue Yeti microphone, so I know that there's a little bit of distance there, so it might not pick it up properly. I might have to tweak those values as well. So yeah, please continue to give feedback regarding this. Then we move on to the brushes. I have a lot of brushes. Mostly because the mic's fine. Okay, so it's just the background noise. Like, do you have to tweak anything in terms of like your volume placement? Because I do know that there's a couple of people or streams that I watch where I really have to like either set up the. Yeah, couldn't hear you at all. Yeah, that was to be figured. And I have a bunch of fucking brushes. Organize them in terms of size, I guess. I have 3s as well. I have to keep that in mind. So keep on using the 7s for big stuff. Double O. That's a 1. That's a double O. That's a single O. Lost the 14 plug as well. Oof, that's rough. I'll put the plug in there again once I start assembling her. 0, 000, 000 without protection, 00, and a 1. And here we have the one that I've been using, which is also a 1. And then you already have the game. That's okay. The plugs at this point are honestly also kind of memes. There we go. Now these are the brushes that I end up using the most often these days because they are... Well, I have a lot of them and I tend to use them a lot. But I also have a couple of Da Vinci's, or a couple of Da Vinci. No, I have 2 Da Vinci's. A 0 and a 2. missed out on this one entirely. Great, well done. And then a couple of local brush making Rembrandts from Royal Talons. Should have more of them. Synthetic Da Vinci 2. 3 from the Rembrandts. Da Vinci 2 Flathead. Here we go. Not sure who the maker of these things are, but this is the smallest brush that I have. It's a 5.0. Use it for a remarkable amount of teeny tiny detail work, such as this coaster that I ended up making not too long ago, based off of Fire Emblem Engage. Because I do a fair amount of creative stuff in my free time. Here's the 0 from the Rembrandts. Here's my synthetic 1. Here's my 2 from the Rembrandts. I have 2 1s. Oh no, I had a 0 through 3. And then a 1. This is actually the oldest brush that I actually have. You can just barely make out the point from what I'm seeing there. This is the oldest brush that I have, and it still has very fine tip. Love using this thing. Then again, I did buy this thing after buying my my brush soap, so maintenance was a little bit easier for me that time around. Because otherwise, it would just be a bunch of just cheap, shitty Citadel brushes that I bought at the hobby store. Then it is a lot of chaff. Let's see, which of these brushes do I actually use? This one on occasion. This brush is gone. It's absolutely gone. I used it for to glue something, so I'll throw that away. I used one of these brushes to mix up my my airbrush. Probably one of the really poorly made synthetic ones. I'll grab this one for that. Okay, so these are my old chaff brushes, and it's always worthwhile to keep some of these around because you can always mix stuff up with them. So yeah, I will keep these around. I guess I'll just slide them right behind the microphone. Yep. Citadel going far to the right, or far to the left rather, different side. 2, 3. Big ol' heavy dry brush. Keep plunking Citadels on the left. Pretend that I'm organizing them by size, whereas actually it's just me getting these things as far over to the left as possible so that you don't really see them. Although now that I look at it, can this open? No, it kind of immediately runs into the microphone. Yeah. Da-da-da-da. Up there. And over there. There we go. Did I use this thing for something? I did. What exactly I used it for, I don't remember, and it's beginning to fray. Paint on the ferrules, because I used this thing for washes, that's right. Yep. Pop that over there. I use these brushes to mix stuff, so I will probably put them somewhere else. And then this brush is actually just a fairly decent, just sized brush. If I ever have to do big detail work, which the 3s or the 7s here don't quite work for. 1, 2, 3. Actually, I think I'll just put them over here. These are the brushes I use the most, although I am slowly kind of weaning off of them. This one is just so damn good. I'm so happy with this thing. I continue to be happy with this thing. These brushes, they weren't too bad, but like the 1 is very narrow, the 2 has a very big head, the zero works fine. A little bit better for tiny detail stuff, but I don't really use these brushes as much. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start putting these things in here, kind of go in order of size. These things have to go down here because they have a fairly sizable head. They're fairly big brushes. I like that. I like bigger brushes. 3, 3, 3 2s. I really kind of wish that they had everything kind of just like engraved in small up here. The way that this is set up, like you wouldn't really be able to see which brushes I'm grabbing just from a first glance. One, and 1. 3 zeros. All neatly organized and in place, and I will inevitably mess this up at some point. Neat little organization. Yep, there we go. And double zeros and triple zeros. Do I have enough room for that? I do. Nice. The great thing about having so many of each of these brushes is that I can absolutely abuse the hell out of them. And then, here we are with the, probably the better indicator size brushes. Over there. That's a 2, that's a 2. That's a 1. And then this one here is a 0. Then I will put these brushes kind of in place along with it. Two flathead, a synthetic 2. Synthetic brushes are kind of useful to have around. 1s, There's the rub. These things are too big. I have to put them in the lower holes here. Let's just put them at the bottom. And I will inevitably at one point just kind of browse through everything, just being like, wait, hold on, I had the right kind of brush for this. 0. The 1. Right. That's that. Now for the thing that I dread the most, which is my paints. Now, why would I dread my paints? Because I have... Well, I dread it because it's a lot of work. I have so many paints. Keep that over there. I guess if I'm removing everything, you can always just take a cloth and kind of run it over everything here. I actually think that would be a fairly fun exercise to do, just kind of count how many of which paints I have, which paint brands I have. This is 48 paints. Let's count them. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 46, 48. Indeed. Okay. I have a lot of paints. Let me... That's some fun stuff. Paint count. No, paint count, paint count. Keeps it nice and consistent. Baskerville face. 2. Outline. 5, so let's call it black. Paint count. Kind of put that over there for shits and giggles. Okay, other paints that I have Vallejo Game Color, AK Interactive 3rd Gen. Then over here you will also see that I have some Army Painter stuff from the D&D branding. One of my D&D players, they actually, I have actually had a lot of my D&D players come over to paint their miniatures. And one of them brought that over. They were like, yeah, no, I bought this at one point because it was like, oh, fun, I can paint a mini, and then never bothered to paint the mini. So they gave it to me. And I also have repotted Citadel paints. All shapes and sizes. They've all been repotted into dropper bottles. So, AK Interactive. Army Painter. Citadel, and Vallejo. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Army Painter. I actually do also have proper Army Painter paints because I bought them at a local store on recommendation of a friend. A YouTuber. I was like, oh, I'm looking for matte paints, and they were like, yeah, no, these are good matte paints. Okay, I'll buy some of those. 2 Army Painter paints. 2 Citadel. This doesn't have any Citadel paints. And at Vallejo, this actually has the bulk of my Vallejo paints. Army Painter over there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25 Vallejo paints. Just add some plushes. Go through everything here. 2 plus 21 plus. That way I can keep count. Right. Gotta move everything over to the side. Because what I had in mind for this is that I end up grouping it in terms of like general color or paint types, colors, and that it also kind of mixes that everything also gets mixed up that way in terms of paint brands, because a lot of paints have very different properties. For those of us that don't necessarily hobby, I'm not a big fan of Vallejo game color, but when I was looking into expanding like my blues, like I didn't have a lot of blues, I bought all of these from my local hobby store, and the medium that these things are made with, it's a fairly glossy medium. So if I grab these 2 comparable colors, like we have a AK 3rd Gen archaic turquoise and a turquoise here, you'll see if you can make that out, like the differences between those two, you will see that this here is a lot more reflective and shiny than this one over here, and that makes this good for like if you were just painting like, oh hey, I have a little mini that I use to represent my character in this fictional world of Dungeons and Dragons, and it's painted, and I can move it around a lot. Like the effect that you get from these paints is often that, or from what I find, is that you often feel like you have a toy in your hand once you're done with them. And I'm not always the biggest fan of that because it makes it an absolute bitch to get out of the pot. At least to properly get out of the pot. Okay, that was 48. Total 48 plus. Next paint rack. Leave Army Painter up here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 24, 26, 28, 30, 33. Total of 33 paints. And then for inventorizing, let's go from top to bottom. AK Interactive. That's 2 metallics. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. 16 AK Interactives. Army Painters. This is where the bulk of the Army Painter stuff comes from. That's 4. 8, 10. So 12 of those. Citadel paints nothing, because that's all coming later. And here we have glaze medium, as well as surface primer, an additional 7. Move that all over here. Move this one over here. So all this is going to be sorted by color, as well as effect as well eventually, I think. That's a lot of AK Interactive paints. Right, rack number 3. There, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 30. Uh, 30. No, Army Painter doesn't have any more paints, so you know, let's just go 0 plus 0. Okay, down from top to bottom. AK Interactive 2, 4, 6, 8. That is also it for my AK Interactives. 8, 0. There are no Vallejos anymore. 0 plus. Right? Yeah, right. 0. Then everything else is all Citadel. Yay, fun. Move all this out of the way. This over here as well. So I don't think I'm going to be needing it. And I need the room for all my Citadel bullshit. I still have an entire rack of this nonsense to get through. Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22. Right. Now on to the final rack. Put that over there. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 46, 48. Entire rack filled with Citadel paints. 48 plus 48. Right. Let's do some math. God, that looks empty. 48 plus 33 plus 30 plus 48. This is 159 paints. 59 paints. Double check the math. The math is correct. Equals 32. Which there's 32 vehicle paints. 70 Citadel paints. 12 Army Painter paints. And 24, 25, 45 AK Interactive 3rd generation paints. All of which is going to be put back in place. Also, something that you won't really see is the my primers that I have up here. I have all AK Interactive 3rd gen primers, my varnishes, as well as my inks and my airbrush fluids, which is also very useful to have if you have an airbrush, which I do. Boy, am I happy that I do. But now to sort this stuff. And that is the big one. Because there are a lot of these paints that I don't use. I think it might be better if I start off by sorting out the washes first, which is all Citadel stuff. But I also have some retarder agents, some glaze medium. Okay, I'll sort out the Citadel contrast, put them up here, the washes up there. Oh yeah, I also have all this in the way of, by way of washes. Only with these I'm like, well, it's fine if I keep them in the pot. And that is really the only situation which I'm like, you know, I prefer that in the pot. Because washes are washes. You generally don't have to worry about subtlety when it comes to washes. There's a contrast. There's a base paint. This is a contrast. These two are contrasts. I think that is also it in terms of my washes. I will have to keep an eye out. But these are mostly stuff that I'm like, well, let me just buy them so that I have them available to me in case they are necessary. And so far I haven't really found much of a use for them, but I do want to start using more contrast paints because to get through all the miniatures that I have, there's no way in hell that I'm going to be able to do that without speeding stuff up some way, shape, or form. And while streaming miniature painting is one thing, it's a completely different thing to go through, well, a lot of painting stuff. I think I'd be, with the stuff that I have here, I think that I would be busy for like a couple of years before I end up getting anywhere near done. But washes, contrast, those are entirely different paint types, so I will keep them separate for now. Then I think that it would be best to take all the paints that I will not use, kind of tuck them away somewhere. But first I do have to grab... Actually, I didn't. Fuck, I moved it. Shit, 1 second. Take this chance to dust. It's not every day that you get everything removed in such a way that you can actually take all the dust off. I mean, yes, it's inevitable that the dust gathers there, but it's also kind of hard to get to it. Double up with the neat and handy Swiffer. Actually, no, that's a terrible idea. I'm not gonna do that. Cleaning live! Woo! This is the content that I want people to see. Me cleaning. Take that, Mom. You see that? I am cleaning. I am taking care of my place. Right. There's also the contentious issue of my metallic paints. These are, well, they have metallic medium in them, so they are actually reflective, more reflective stuff. I have a fair amount of metallic paints. This is not a metallic paint, but I do think I had some more from AK. Yeah, here we go. These are my AK metallic paints. Here come the Citadel stuff. Now, with the Citadel stuff, I'm... like, the reason why I'm also kind of transitioning off of using the Citadel stuff is, A, it's a bitch to keep... to set it up in a more usable place, or move it to a dropper bottle, which is, in the long run, more of a paint win than anything else. But the process that you would normally have to go through to move them over from one bottle to the other requires a lot of paint thinner. And if you look at a paint like this Auric Armor Gold, it is fairly old, but you'll see that the pigment is all rested at the bottom, the medium is all rested at the bottom. There is a neat layer of milky thinner kind of at the top. This paint is dead. The only reason I keep it around is because I can actually somewhat salvage it. Give it a good shaking. Like, that's usable again. But with a lot of these paints, they're also fairly old as well, so it's understandable that they don't necessarily work. And Citadel metallic paints, they're generally not considered to be anywhere near the best of the bunch. Now, the nice thing about all my dropper bottles is that I also have little glass beads that I put in them to function as agitators. So shaking them up like this actually does help out a good deal. Miniature paint ASMR. Also what you're here to watch. There. Now, Rakarth Flesh is actually a fairly useful color, and like, as much as I'm like, oh, you know, I'm weaning off of the Citadel paints, I still do use them a fair amount. Because there are just some colors that I have not been able to find a paint range that does it as well as Citadel does. for example, flesh tones. The way that human skin kind of works is that it does have. It can get fairly glossy at times because there is a natural oil that human flesh secretes. The human skin secretes, well, a little bit of oil that functions as a protective layer, and that makes your skin kind of glossy. And Citadel paints, they have the additional benefit of, well, being fairly glossy. Like, not as glossy as game color, because game color is explicitly like, yeah, no, like, put a layer on and you can just like grab your miniature, you can throw against the wall. Do you use some kind of varnish or these self-varnishable paints? Depending on how glossy acrylic paints are, they can be, that also kind of functions as a varnish. But I do have a pair of varnishes here, also aka 3rd gen. I have glossy varnish, and I have ultra matte varnish. And you can use these at the end of a miniature painting project to, seal the paints on the mini, or you can use it in the middle of a project to kind of be like, yeah, no, this is my save state. So I take it that this is Leon on the other hand. If there's someone talking paints, it's probably Leon. Okay. Alright, this is my metallics. I actually do have a couple of them from Game Color. I also have an ink from Vallejo. It is you. Hi Leon, how you doing? So I do have a sepia ink. Okay, in terms of inks that I have Dalarani white ink and Dalarani yellow ink, because I'm like, well, with yellow paints they're a bitch to get on there anyway, so might as well just stick with the, oh hey, this is horrendously bright yellow. Now, how am I gonna organize this shit? Because kind of looking at, that's a lot of paint. It is a lot of paint. How you doing, Doc? Good to see you. Welcome on in. This is a lot of paints. This is 159 paints to be precise. Let me move this up here. And I'm going to sort through all of it. Kind of get everything nice and neat and in order and shit. I'd go with how much I use the paint, but I kind of want to let that go somewhat. Kind of just focus on getting it sorted out by color. Bit busy with studying because you have to retake a lot of exams in 2 weeks. Ooh, that's rough. It seems that that's the thing that a lot of people are running into nowadays. It's like, oh hey, all the exams are done, and I got a failing grade, so now I have to either redo them or stuff. Like my younger brother, he had to submit his thesis not too long ago, his bachelor thesis, and he was like, oh yeah, no, I did a good job with this, and I'm gonna be able to go and enjoy my summer and work on finding a job. And then he got the feedback and is like, yeah, no, this is a failing grade, and you don't get a redo. You have to go for another semester. And he is upset. Deeply upset. Which is understandable, but at the same time, I feel bad for the guy, but at the same time, I'm also kind of like, I know you, and this is probably for the better. At least academically speaking. This is a metallic. This is also a metallic. Okay. Kind of looking at how the setup is at the moment, I see that there are a couple of holes of like places where there's room for paints, but I can't reach them. Like right here behind the monitor, a bunch of slots over here, like 5-6 slots that I won't be able to reach. Then there is everything kind of behind the microphone here. Like the top row I can still see, the bottom row maybe, but everything over here, it's, well, you can't really see. Since I'm probably not going to end up using a lot of my Citadel, you decided last year to go back to studying, and you didn't work as hard as you should have. So you're not surprised with how many you have to retake. Yeah, that's fair. People often end up underestimating how much work they need to put into studying, and it's also kind of like, well, a lot of people, when they first go and study, it's a whole new world for them. It's all of a sudden they don't have the parental supervision that's like, yeah, no, go to your room and study. So a lot of people, they at least here in the Netherlands, a lot of people, they really run really hard into themselves when it comes to that. It's like, oh fuck, all of a sudden I have to face the consequences of my own inaction. I'm going to move my Citadel metallic paints over here. That's metallic. Or metallic, they're all metallic paints, but both are gold. I'll put that in the back there. These are heavier. This is a Ministratum Grey. These are lighter. I kind of have these paints kind of just like, well, my Citadel paints tucked in the corner, and then the AK stuff gets a more prominence position at the front, because I do actually use those metallics. These are both steel. These are both bright silver. I think I might also just... Actually, I think I will do that. I'll put my effect paints, my mediums and stuff over here. Glaze medium, where's the paint retarder? There we go. This way I can kind of just see that I have surface primer, glaze medium, paint retarder kind of ready to go. I have to put on some other music now, because the music that you're hearing is not the music that I'm hearing right now. As I've mentioned earlier on in the stream, this PC does not have a does not have a functioning sound replay. I used to use the old sound mixer that I have. I used to use that as where I used to play music and stuff from, but yeah, I don't have that on this thing because I use it on the actual PC. Put on my ultimate relaxation music or painting music, which is Age of Mythology, the original soundtrack. I like Age of Mythology soundtrack. It is a nice soundtrack, I like it. Now, if I don't typically grab stuff from that corner, I might just put my washes and shit there. They don't really typically use a lot of washes. No. Kind of looking, there's a set of 3 slots for stuff that I don't use. brass. Copper, brass, old gold, gunmetal, natural steel, silver. Let me just move them off one more. Because everything back there is a bitch to reach. I also have to think of like, okay, how am I going to be going through everything here? Because I'm thinking that back there, I'm gonna be putting a lot of these paints, my army painter stuff, because I don't really use it, but I know people that do use it, or I have people come over that use it. Also, this is a wash, moldy wash. Apparently not that bad a paint. People have actually like sworn by it, which I found interesting. Still have that top row there that I can see, can reach, can use fairly easily. So, I realize now that I didn't put a dot on this thing. You will have noticed that I put paint dots on top of all my paint pots because I do like being able to see at a glance what that paint is supposed to look like. This one does have one. That one does not. Red, green. For some reason, this is very good for like undead and stuff. Undead paints. What if I'm just sitting here? I cannot see that. Okay. Now, matte black and matte white I do use, or I probably will end up using. Maybe I will put contrast paints and stuff over here on the far side. Browns do I have? A number of them. Oil. Abrax Earthshade. There, I guess. Like, this entire process is terrible for people with OCD. And while I may not have OCD, I do definitely have some of the tendencies. Wildwood is definitely one of the darker contrast paints. Snake Bites, Skeleton Horde, Achillean Green, which isn't a green, it's a blue, Pterodon Turquoise, Yandan Yellow. Looks pretty dark, but then again, I am not that familiar with using contrast paints. So this is the contrast corner. Then eventually I will start filling that up again. Right, now to sort things through. The way that I'm probably going to end up sorting all of this out is I'm going to be doing it in the same way that I hold my cards when playing Ticket to Ride, which is white. just move everything forward so that we can kind of look at how it is supposed to look. Whites. 1 second. Wait, there's a paint named Wildwood. Yep, there is. It's spelled in the Yi fantasy way of WYLD wood. So it's not a Wildwood Ellison. I'm sorry. Hate to break it to you. Okay. Why isn't it Dragoon Blue? Because that is a very specific dye color for Final Fantasy. Hate to break it to you, but not everyone uses that. You're gonna have so much blue stuff. Do I have a blue paint that kind of looks like it? Don't think so. Tickets to ride. Suits. Heresy, I know, it's terrible. I fucking don't know what the tickets to ride. No, not rickets. Tickets to ride card. Blah 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 blah. Piss off. Okay, there are 8 color suits, as well as the mythical rainbow, which goes white, and then I will have pink. Then red, then orange, yellow, green, what's the darkest blue I have? Blue? That isn't even the darkest blue I have. Fuck me. This is the darkest blue I have. Just a Russian blue base. This might be fun for you. Imperial blue. Blue. Or night blue, I guess. And then black. Finally. Over there. Now that is a color distribution that I can get behind. But then there's also a bunch of weird in-between colors. Like where would I put the grays, for example? Because I have a lot of grays. These are grays. This is a very dirty color. I'm not sure exactly how to describe Storm Vermin fur. Or Eshin. Actually, Eshin Grey is fairly understandable. It's very granity. But I do think that at least the blacks is fairly straightforward to go for. Matte black. Corvus black. Baden black. Copper black. I think I'll just have the pure blacks over there. And then count the grays. As whites. Matte whites. Whites go in the front there. And build up from there. Ivory's a very light yellow. Hawthorne Gray is very blue. Kind of ugly green. Dead white. Wolf gray. Everything that I would just off-white, very important. Hawthorne gray, I would definitely put that under white, but then a different kind of white. Game color off-white. Bone white, I wouldn't. Would I say bone white is white? Ivory. If I think ivory, I think of more of a white color. So we'll do that. Bone white, I think that would fall more under a brown. Yeah, no, actually, that is about it in terms of browns and shit. Say that, but I still have Mechanica Standard Gray that needs to go in there. Skaven Blight Dinge, Storm Vermin Fur. Pallid Witch Flesh. Would I consider this a white? Much in the same way that I actually don't really consider ivory or off-whites to be whites. Or at least this particular off-white. Not quite as off-whitey as you would think. This one gray. Silver gray. This stuff do we even have left? Not a lot from the looks of things. I can just kind of shake the bottle and stuff already comes out. Put that there. Storm Vermin for falls more under brown. Mechanica Standard Gray. Mechanica Standard Gray is more colder one. Colder we'll put there. That's what in the middle. Skip Dinge over there. Cold gray I'll put up there. These are more lighter colors. 1, 2, 3. Kind of make sure that everything remains within like the same section, that there isn't that much bleed between the two of them. I'm going to arrange it like that. So the way that I organize that stuff is I have the darker colors in the back and then have the brighter colors. The closer to me, the brighter they get. So if I were to grab all the pinks that I have, this over here, I have 5 pinks. So if you kind of look at these from the top, this is very clearly the darkest one, the laser magenta. Then just regular magenta, then squid pink, and pastel violet. Kind of in that range, like that. actually kind of inclined to put this one back there. In the hey, I don't want to use you section. Reds. Meow. What's up, buddy? 1 second, let me check where my cat is. Oh, how did you get there, you idiot? Did you figure out how to open the cat door? Good on you, little friend. I'm not gonna lie, that is a development that I did not see coming. My idiot cat finally figured out how to open open the cat door. Yes, you are my idiot. That is an orange. These are reds. This is a red. This is more of a brown. What? Are you hungry? Is that what I'm supposed to take out of you, or your incessant screaming at me? It's okay, buddy. It is about time. Okay, we'll do it this way. Dark red at the back. Word bearer is red. Burnt red. Terracotta. Yes, I consider terracotta a red. And corn red back there. Then Mephiston red and Wazdaka red. Cat Overlord has spoken. He has. My little buddy has spoken, which means that I will be right back as I go and feed the cats. Be back in a few minutes. I might also just grab something to snack for myself as well. Be right back. And we're back. Nom, nom, nom. A little some and a nibble. Quick little sip. Right. Now we're moving on to oranges. This is an orange, this is an orange. Skin color is one of those fucking annoying things. You can never be quite sure where exactly it falls. I will say in this case that they do kind of qualify as oranges, pinkish, reddish. Leaning more to the reddish side, so I will put the skin tones together. That is an orange. Right outside is a very dark orange. Anything else there? No, everything else would be kind of going more into the yellows. I know that these two paints, Cork and the light brown, they're going to be sealing off, ending off the oranges, but first let's put the flesh tones there. Bugman's Glow. Kitty and flesh tone. Kiss that flesh. God damn it. Basic skin tone and pale flesh are roughly the same color. Swap the two of them around. Or I just put pink flesh over there. In the category of, hey, I have this exact pigment, but then in a different paint range, and I prefer that other paint range, so I move it away. Fun. Quaint. Orange. The more that I think about it, the more I think about it, the more that I'm kind of looking at the rest of the setup, because back in the corner, back over here, there is a nice high ridge on which I can actually put some paints. I'm thinking that I'm slowly beginning to run out of room before everything gets interrupted by the microphone. So I might just use that space there for kind of the transitionary dark brown colors. So stuff like Dryad Bark, Rhinox Hide, Catachan Flesh, Burnt Umber. Kind of transitioning over from the more reddish colors to the colder colors. Dryad Bark and the like. Burnt Umber, Dryad Bark, Catachan Flesh, Rhinox Hide. Scrag brown, which isn't really a brown. Cork, light brown. It's orange. Orange fire. Big orange goes there. Just move everything over one. Because that's not necessarily a lot of room that I have there to see. Yellow brown, more like. I'll go with this. And that's fairly easy to know where to put it, so I guess it's really just storm vermin furs are very blech brown, so I guess it's more of a grey really. I'll just put it over there then. Ashen grey. Fuck me. Good job, Thomas. You weren't paying attention. Storm vermin. Put that over there. That over there. Ashen grey. For a paint that I bought, I didn't really use it that much. Steel Legion Trap, Baneblade Brown, Gorthor Brown, Carrick Stone, Rackhearth Flesh, Screaming Skull. Honestly, if you've done any watching of like Games Workshop stuff, or hell, even Duncan Rhodes, those are all paints that are very familiar to you. Carrick Stone, Rackhearth Flash would probably be a little bit more into the yellow spectrum. Alongside Deck 10, I guess that now we are moving on to yellow. Palette Witch Flash. Here. Okay, now we're into the yellows. Boy, do I have a lot of them. That's more of a yellow. These are yellows. Gold yellow, scrofulous brown, heavy gold brown. That flesh is more of a green, heavy brown. Into this category, and then I have here golden brown, volcanic yellow, ochre, pale yellow. I have a lot of yellows because sunlight is a yellowish color. Denso. Reddish gray, there, and then dark brown. We'll put that over there. Actually, yeah, put that over there. the end of Age of Mythology. Put on near concert and talk live. Which, speaking of near, I'm going to be going to the near concerts in Paris. It's something I'm looking forward to. I'm going with my best friend. She treated me a while back to a Nightwish concert, actually, which was very incidental, but I figured, well, might as well pay it. That's more of a yellow. These two are very clearly in the back. Pasty brown. Yellow brown hobgrot hide. Hobgrot hide's actually. Do you mostly use pure colors for shadows and highlights, or mix the lighter, darker versions of the base color for these? There's so many different ways that people are like, yeah, no, do it this way or do it that way, that I honestly, I wouldn't be able to say which one I use more. I've done both. Sometimes satisfactory, sometimes not very satisfactory. I'm still trying to develop more of a style when it comes to that. Like, what do I do more often? Shit's hard, yo. Hide over there. I got flesh falls closer in the direction of green. Deck 10. Because I might have a stupid amount of paint. And I might watch a fair amount of YouTube videos on this stuff, but in terms of like the amount of time that I actually get to sit down and paint, I don't have as much as I would like. Run heavy gold brown. Will I ever use heavy gold brown? No, I will not. Back behind the microphone you go. I have too many hobbies. Way too many hobbies. Get back here. Found another flesh color. You over there, you over there. You over there, you over there. You over there. Actually, swap the two of them around. Flayed one flesh at the front, basic skin tone at the back. What's with the two mugs there? One of them is paint water mug, the other one is the cats come up and drink paint water, so I might as well give them a second mug. I'm actually surprised that they haven't hopped up here yet, probably because I've kind of fenced it off, but the cats, they do come up here fairly often and start drinking from the paint water, which is a very cat thing to do. And I can't really control them to not do it. So I kind of just have to accept it, and that means that my entire mini working space is covered in cat fur. Like, most of my primed stuff that I have kind of ready to paint is like, yeah, no, there's, it's more or less entirely just, well, it's basically just like paint and cat fur. Paint and plastic and cat fur. Oh boy, am I looking forward to that near concert. Like poorish Dolan, kinda. Entirely covered in cat fur. Yes, then I'll put. Yours also likes to drink paint water after tipping the water container. Ooh, that's not fun. Like the family cat, she does that as well. And there have been a number of incidents in which my parents are like, yeah, no, if you're here and you're like taking care of the cats, then please make sure that they or taking care of the only cat that they have, really. If you're taking care of her, then please make sure that you that you have that there's a dedicated glass for her on the dining table, and that she drinks from that. Okay. Yellow and Flash Gets Yellow are the same thing. Those are more dark-ish colors. These here. These here. Pale yellow at the front. Hey, a black. And another paint for which medium has kind of separated. They only really have like 9 slots left over for paints, if I think about the math, because the entire rack that I have here is good for 168 paints. So a day will come sometime soon that I will have to start throwing stuff out. Alright, up next we have these. Let's just put you there. Ivory, Caesar Fair, I'm going to use Screaming Skull, Off-Whites, Bone Screaming Skull, Deepkin Flesh is very interesting green, but speaking of green, we're green now. Green, this is a green. There's a green that's more of a yellow green, so that goes there. Dark at the back. Realistically, I kind of have to think about like, okay, I have 4 layers of stuff here. I'm gonna grab one of those racks, kind of just for demonstration's sake. Yeah. Like these are the racks that I have. You just try to keep her away from more poisonous pigments. Have her drink the water with the safe pigments in it. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Like, these are all acrylic, they're all water soluble, so if there is poisonous stuff, I'm not entirely sure which paints that would be. Besides, I don't think that, if I do look it up and I don't really receive anything in terms of warnings, but like these are the racks that I have. I have 2 of these racks, and then I have 2 corner racks like this, and there's, as you can see, there's 4 different layers. So generally those are my like 1, 2, 3, 4 colors. Oh, cadmium paints. Yeah, no, you definitely have to be careful with those. Camouflage green, olive green, goblin green. Goblin D's nuts. Back there. Camouflage green over there. These are 1, 2, 3. This would fall more into the blue spectrum of things. Dark green in the back here. Just straight up dark green. Sick green. Light green. And that's the greens done. Okay, that means we finally get to move on to the blues and the grays. I do have a single purple paint. I really should consider getting more purple paints. Kind of looking at things, but I will put that below the blacks. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think that this should just be enough to fill everything up. Incubator darkness falls more under the green spectrum. Also, here's more of a dragoon blue paint. Ducat blue. The turquoises, I will put them there. And there's more of a gray. Three different kinds of turquoise. Put turquoise in the back there. Yeah, so you'd probably be looking more at something kind of like this. Imperial blue? I'm actually going to have to double check this because Contour blue, different kind of blue, and Imperial blue. Hey, he painted! Oh my god! Incredible. But this is just a test to see, it's more Emmerich blue, and he's a shieldless paladin. Yeah, but he's the new Azure Dragoon. He's the new generation of Azure Dragoons for the new generation of Ishgard. Duh. Okay, Contour blue is the darker of the colors. So I'll put Contour blue up there then. Russian blue light should probably be down there. That Imperial blue can go up there. Same stratum. Rust Gray and Rizian Gray. Doesn't the Warrior of Light also get a special nickname in the Dragoon questline? Yeah, he becomes the second Azure Dragon. It's like, huh? Why are there two of them now all of a sudden? This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them. Prequel memes, everyone. Imperial blue. Magic blue. put electric blue there. Blue horror, which kind of matches that entire section. Right. Well, wasn't it Blood Dragoon? I'm not sure. I don't remember. I don't pay attention to that stuff. Dragoon has been my main since I started playing. My main DPS class. I don't bother to follow any of that stuff. Just imagine the Spider-Man meme, except it's Justinian and the Warrior of Light pointing at each other. Yeah, no, that's about right. Okay, well then, that is everything re-racked. Normally I would be like, okay, we have been here for a little bit over 2 hours, but we still aren't done yet because we still have to start priming stuff. Now, how am I going to do that? Because when I initially had everything kind of set up, like you will see here that this is, well, a nice little thing. It's a little turntable. It spins stuff around if needed. And those of you who are familiar with an airbrush will know that that is quite common with airbrush stations, which is what this is. This is a airbrush station from Hobby Zone. Only when I was initially conceptualizing how my station was going to be looking, I had not stopped to consider that the monitor stand that I had. 1 second. I had not stopped to think about that the monitor stand might actually be just a little bit too low to accommodate both the monitor and the airbrush station. Because there was a lot of protection stuff going on. You tried doing Savage again after not raiding for almost a year. You forgot how fun it was even in Party Finder. Oh, okay. I have not done a Savage in a while. In part because I don't really care that much. I'm capable of it, I just don't bother. Okay. Okay, that does not look good on stream. I guess that it doesn't look good makes sense because of the camera's placements. Gluing shit in place. How new is it someone new into gaming for you? I still need to do any of the other extremes other than the first two of Endwalker. It works. I am not going to stare a gift horse in the mouth. Right. I am missing a tool. I also have to consider how to fix that. So this is going to look like ass otherwise. Airbrush cleaning pot. So now we're getting to the part where I get to test out how the airbrush compressor functions, and if you guys can still hear me after this. When you were about 30. Oh, okay, yeah, that is fairly late, I wouldn't say, but you didn't grow up with a lot of the nerddom that a lot of other people did. Is this Minecraft music? Probably, yeah. Will this work? I mean, it'll work, only will it look good on stream? That's the big question. Give me just 1 second while I try to find the tools that I was looking for. Be right back. Tool found! I needed this little hobby file. Because now we're going to get into the fun stuff, which is prepping models for priming. There's my nonsense. Here it is. Okay, that will be something that I will have to look into. Maybe getting an actual proper stand or bar kind of just sticking out from the wall from which I can hang my webcam. But we are going to be preparing some models for airbrushing, for which first and foremost I will have to test out something in terms of noise, because the way that an airbrush works, it is according to most people, the airbrush is like the best thing for miniature painting since sliced bread. And honestly, earlier this year, I actually managed to get a setup, or managed to actually get like an airbrush and a compressor tank for it, and I have to say that I agree. However, the compressor tank makes a lot of noise, so I'm going to turn it on now, and I need you guys to tell me if it makes too much noise. Because it's going to be sucking in all of the air. It's going to be making a lot of noises. So let me know if it's too loud. It doesn't sound it. But then again, you never know how it comes out on a microphone. Sounds fun to you? Okay, very good. You can still hear me fine as well. Okay, great. Well then. Now, when it comes to preparing miniatures, for those of you who are unfamiliar with this particular hobby, more often than not, the way that miniatures come is they come provided in sprues. When I'm talking about they get provided in sprues, I'm talking about the popular kind of stuff like Games Workshop's. Basically everything that Games Workshop does is provided on a sprue, which is basically just like, okay, it's a plastic mold which you then cut everything loose from, and then you glue everything together, and then you paint it and put it on a table and play games with it. For 3D printing, all of this stuff that I have here today is 3D printed. And 3D printing kind of follows the same principles. Basically, you have like this plate that's dipped into UV reactive resin. Then an LCD screen on the bottom. It kind of lights up this particular pattern that will be needed to, eventually build up the model, and then it keeps on going up. But you can't just like print something like this out in one go. Like, that doesn't necessarily work. There's a lot of details that just kind of get introduced hanging from the middle of nowhere. And to be able to ensure that that goes fine, supports need to be added. So things that can actually hold onto like sticking out little insects, twiggies, or dangling swords and stuff, like stuff that can hold that up until it gets connected to the main body. And those supports, to be able to actually function, they have to be inserted into the model more or less directly. And then after that, you once you're done, you will get little holes once you start removing stuff, or you will get bits and pieces of supports that don't quite get caught as you kind of rip everything apart in your quest for functioning stuff. You have the Dark Souls board game and 4 expansions. Kind of tempted to paint the miniatures. They came unpainted. I have been looking at that game for a while now. The models, they look really nice. And as for the printing of stuff, yes, I did print them myself, but they did not come... It's not my 3D printer. I'm borrowing this particular 3D printer from a friend of mine who has it because he does a lot of technical stuff. And despite... And he has it. He also has a laser cutter, and he never really uses either of them. So he was like, you have a lot of STLs, right, Thomas? We'll put the printer down at your place for a bit. So I've been printing incessantly for the past while. Let me provide you a little demo, Doc. Because I don't think... Pinche de puta madre. Because I don't think that you were there when I actually showed it initially. Doc. All this. 3D printed. Most of this 3D printed. Oh, boink. This big ass motherfucker. This guy is huge. 3D printed. I have been going absolutely ham with that thing. Tataru says, how about taking commissions? If you're willing to send it my way and are okay with it taking a little bit of time before I get back to you, then sure. Why the hell not? Now, I have to prepare all of this for airbrushing so that I can prime everything up and go forward in the painting process. But that is not all that I'm going to be doing today because, well, I am going to be, of course, airbrushing everything up, making sure that everything ends up kind of like this miniature. What I'm doing here is a painting technique called a zenithal highlight, in which I kind of like do the black underlayer, make sure that is all working fine, and then eventually go in with another white layer on the top of it to kind of recreate natural sunlight. So the kind of acrylic paint is always very, like, regardless of what you have, regardless of how thick you lay on a paint or something, you will always see a little bit of what is underneath it. So if you add a little bit of like a, let's say, ice yellow, for example, to kind of replicate the effect of sunlight, you kind of spray that over the top, and you then have everything kind of reacting to everything as if there is light on it in terms of paint. But I do have to do a lot of preparation stuff to it, because there are some miniatures, such as this Dragoon, where you will spy roughly about there. This camera really doesn't work. You will spy about there. You will spy a little bit of resin just kind of sticking out. And that is from one of the supports that kind of keeps everything in place. So I'm going to be going through all of these miniatures. Some of them have already been prepped or don't need as much prep as the other ones. So I'll be going through all of them, getting all of them ready to be airbrushed. And for that I don't necessarily need the protection stuff. I will remove it real quick. But actually I don't need the airbrush station there at all for that particular stage. I can always just move it to the front and kind of have it off to the side there. This is all just, this entire setup is a big old work in progress. But I've been saying but for a while now, which is weird. I'm not really an ass man. I do also have some rather big fancy things that same friend sent my way over the course of the week, which I want to get assembled and primed as well, which also needs a little bit of extra prep work for it because because there's a lot of supports that comes with bigger stuff. I will move this over here. And the main reason why I would use a booth for this kind of thing is because there's a lot of paint that gets flung around like this. I just... That might actually be the best idea for the booth. In the meanwhile, just kind of like move it back in over there when I'm done. But I wasn't finished with my entire speech because you can tell that it's been a while since I've done this. I do have some very nice, fun things that I wanted to at least get built up and made ready for nice painting projects. Plonk, plonk, plonk. That gonna hold? No, it isn't. Great. Plonk that over there, which is a particular cat girl from Final Fantasy XIV. And this is a very large model. In fact, it will probably be the largest humanoid model that I have ever wanted to paint up. And this particular version of Y'shtola needs some prep work. Because I know that this camera won't necessarily be able to show it, but like there's little bits and pieces of resin from those pre-supports that are still kind of there, which I have to sand off. Ta-da! There's a very dirty joke that I can make there. Printed a pretty big figurine of Nergigante. Then the cat decided to become a Palago and hunt the dragon. Oof. Oh, that's rough. That is rough. Hope you had a lot of super glue to fix it. Right. So I am going to be assembling and preparing Y'shtola, as well as a very beautiful... You checked, she has pants on in every outfit. Okay, thank you very much. I'm still going to be installing Anamnesis, though. Just for shits and giggles. Also going to be assembling, printing and painting. Except the one that was... Naked male Hur for some reason? What? Oh wait, do you mean the scene in which she gets plucked out of the live stream? That is the only moment in which I'm like, maybe that would be maybe that would be where she would be completely in the nude for the purpose of modeling. And as I mentioned, and as I assemble her, this Kaine from Nier. The original Nier, mind you, not Automata, although I do have a 2B mini to print out. But I have already done all the preparations for Kaine. All I have to do is kind of glue everything in place, prime it. Or, I don't think I'm actually going to glue everything in place, because things of this size, to be able to properly like lay the base layers on stuff on there, I would probably... Okay. Like, to get all the base layers and stuff on there, I want to do that with the airbrush, and for that I would need to have everything nice and separated, but for that I'd want to get Zenithal Prime on it first. Eden 10 Savage, and drop a shadow of yourself for a mechanic, except the bug made you shadow a fully naked male Ellison. Oh, that's great. Perfect. Kind of funny with this particular Ishtola model. I've shown like the people where I got to know Leon from, but if you were to look at just this model, you'd kind of be like, is she going around commando? It's good to know that she isn't, though. Not a particular Puritan, only... Is it an anatomically correct Kaine? Neither of these models are incredibly anatomically correct. Like, their legs are like, holy shit. But, yes, everything other than that would actually be fairly anatomically correct. Give me just 1 second, I'll see if I can provide a render. Okay, I just tagged you in Discord with the model that it is. Also, you should get in chat. No getting to freeload on my back. Or my watch, actually. This is all a lot of prep stuff. And one of my favorite parts of prepping is also kind of getting everything transport ready. Give me just 1 second. Because miniature painting takes up a lot of space. Believe me when I say that. It is an absolute fucking mess. But to be able to do that, there's been a big, like, it's one of the big one of the big like, oh yeah, no, you should try this if you're looking into it. They what people do is they get like A4 format boxes, and they put magnetic paper or magnetic sheet underneath it, and then they attach magnets to the bottoms of their miniatures. So like with this one, for example, it's Games Workshop base. It has a fairly hefty magnet underneath it. Plop that there. You can shake it around, it doesn't really move that much. And there's a couple of models in which the magnets are just a little bit too weak. But a lot of 3D printed bases, they have the misfortune of not necessarily always having a hole available for it they don't necessarily always have magnet slots. So what I usually do is I just get one of those weaker magnets and put felt around it. So yeah, can't see her penis. 0 out of 10. You can't see her penis in-game either. Her in-game renders don't have her penis. It does have a bulge though. You can't really tell if there's a bulge here in particular because her apron kind of goes over it. But yeah, there's a couple of miniatures in there that I still have to add magnets to, add felt and stuff to. And for the felt addition, I have my trusty hole punch. So they can take a miniature like this, kind of add a magnet to the bottom, add felt. Bunch of miniatures for which I still need to do that. That's gonna be fun. Let's get started with that. Sanding sponge. First things first, I'm gonna prepare the miniatures that still have connections and stuff. This particular stage, usually with resin prints, after you're done curing them, you can get rid of supports fairly quickly. But one of the big problems with people that actually do a lot of the 3D modeling for these kinds of things is that you run into the problem that they can get really focused on really minute details. It's like a model like this. You can you kind of get a rough outline of his chest hair, which you don't see. Kind of looking at it from here, it's like, yeah, no, I can definitely see like lines that should be chest hair that then get rendered in by a 3D artist that looks really close on the details, and then, well, you never see it. And so this kind of carries on with a lot of 3D model makers, that they have so many details in there that eventually, like, you do lose some of those details when you're busy removing the supports as well, because the supports kind of keep everything in place, make sure that everything is correct, but they kind of have to drill little holes into the very model itself. And so, when you remove them, you remove the details that the hole was made in. Everything okay there, dog? I see you repeating the same message 3 times in a row and then deleting it. YouTube auto-transforms your texts into emojis. Yeah. I think that there should be an option to turn that off. That seems like the kind of thing that YouTube would install. course, with a spiky miniature like a dragoon, it's a lot of figuring out exactly where exactly things are intended and are not intended. Fortunately, I have a fairly decent idea of what a dragoon looks like. But only a decent idea. Because you want to know where it is if that exists. I don't know, it seems like something that YouTube would have. I haven't really looked into it that much. Like, the decision to kind of step away from Twitch for this kind of stream is very much a spur-of-the-moment thing. Because I don't necessarily agree with a lot of the things that Twitch is doing as a business nowadays. So I'd much rather go to a competitor where everything doesn't immediately revolve around, oh my god, you can become next Pokemon. No, I can't. First of all, I'm not a girl. Second of all, I'm doing a very, very, very niche hobby right now. And yes, you might have figures like Henry Cavill or Rahul Kohli, kind of bringing it back into public attention, being very prolific nerds, but it still remains very firmly in the realm of absolute nerddom. Oh, but I was bad as kind of thinking about, like, yeah, no, like, fuck. We have these very popular actors that kind of show this particular domain of nerddom to people, and I've been doing this for years, man. I used to do it in high school. That is actually a very fun story. I wouldn't necessarily call it fun in the long term, but it's a story that I do tell on occasion, because as a kid, I grew up moving all over the place, and most people that get to know me and try to figure out exactly where my accent is from, because a lot of people are like, yeah, no, I think you're from there, but I can't tell based on your accent. Like, where are you from? And that is a question that makes sense, because I learned English in Australia. I spent the first few years of my life living in Japan after being born in the Netherlands. And so my English is kind of all over the place. But what that also, that entire moving all over the place does with you is it also kind of ruins your social understanding of stuff. Because you're so busy adjusting to new rules and new cultures and stuff, you don't necessarily pick up a lot of the deeply interpersonal stuff that people that stay in one place do pick up on. Soldering helper fixture. Yeah, it probably would be helpful. Probably would be helpful, only I don't necessarily have the money for that at the moment. But like you when you move around all over the place, you lose those basic social rules that a lot of people, once you actually arrive in a new place and kind of enter a community that has been there for a while / their entire life, you don't necessarily have those things. So me being a pubescent teenager, it was bad at that particular time. I started taking a old Makita. Yeah, it was an old Makita electric screwdriver case. I brought my bottles, my pots of paint, put them in the Makita case, took that case with me to school. And whenever I had free time, I would actually just like whip out, like, okay, brush, water, paints, start painting miniatures. Now, I wasn't am an incredibly an incredible nerd, but I'm also an incredibly dense nerd. Because at one point there was why did you move around a lot? My dad he used to work for Shell back in the day. He no longer works for them. No longer works for them anymore. But back then he worked for Shell and he made it pretty far up the Shell corporate ladder. But the way that Shell works is basically you have to keep on being able to grow vertically as you carry on in your career at Shell. And if you reach a point in which they don't think that you can do the job that you are supposed to grow into, they will just let you go. And my dad, he made it very far. But at a certain point, once you take those steps, once you reach a certain point, you will end up being stationed all over the place. So that is what what ended up happening with my dad and the rest of the family as a direct/indirect consequence. Here it is. One second. Because I have different music on at the moment compared to what you guys are listening to, and at the moment it is the Near Music Concert and Talk Live. And most of my music listening goes through Spotify. And Spotify has this awkward thing that it does with the... Spotify has this incredibly awkward thing that it does a lot of the time with your own downloaded tracks. You can add them to your phone, but it will happen sometimes that they get removed. And what happens when I first started listening to this particular soundtrack is I had I had a particular, a couple of songs just disappeared. So there's a couple of songs of various soundtracks that I have not listened to yet. Probably the most poignant of these being what I'm going to be putting on now. Just Ashes of Dreams. I'm not sure if we're listening to the same version of it, but that is a song that I first listened to fairly recently, and it kind of just blew my mind. For this particular mini, I still have to add the glow. This I always end up using cyan acrylic glue. Glue. Super glue. Moving around is probably, if I were to say something about what kind of defines me as a person, it would probably be like the fact that I moved around a lot as a kid. Because something that people don't necessarily realize is that there are so many different ways to approach, well, life or society or the different rules that people kind of go under and the assumptions and all of that. There's so many different ways that people can approach that, and that traveling around and living in a country that isn't your home country, that kind of shows that stuff. And that is something that a lot of people, particularly, yeah, because you've seen a lot more than most, yeah, like, it makes, well, growing up, it has its downsides, but it definitely has a lot of upsides that I definitely consider very, very important to have, and that I'm incredibly grateful for that I actually have them. But it definitely just like seeing how everything is like different, and how different people approach different things. It really helps out a lot. So if you do ever get the chance to actually move away from where you are currently, and if you're in the right place for it, then I highly recommend you do so. Even if it is just for like a year or two. Good to know that this space holds 2mm magnets. That is important for me to know. Boink. Your plans to move to Scotland to live with your partner. You've been up to see them at the start of July and you kind of fell in love with the country. Ooh, nice. Hope that works out for you, man. I still really want to go to Scotland one of these years. Like the first, like I have my motorcycle license, and probably like the first thing that I want to do with my first motorcycle would be to go on a nice long road trip through Scotland. Spent a year as an exchange student from 17 to 18. Helped you learn that it's valuable to move around and see other places. Yeah. Where did you end up, where did you go for your exchange? That's that model prepped. I get more 1mm magnets. Wow, perfect. Everything kind of wrapped up roughly at the same time. Back to Minecraft. Finland. Well, Finland is still far enough. It's always worth going somewhere else. Doesn't necessarily have to be halfway across the world. I am an exceptionally exceptional case in that aspect. Back then, the difference was bigger. Yeah. That's also something that you end up noticing a lot more, is that especially with the advent of the internet being as widespread as it is nowadays, it is incredibly noticeable just how many people are more aware of things that are different and how people approach things differently. And of course, it's one thing to be like, oh yeah, no, I've read about it in a book, which was the case previously, which is like, yeah, no, you go to the bookstore, you buy a Lonely Planet book. And nowadays, it's not necessarily a thing anymore. Like, you can actually have conversations with people from particular locations. one of my favorite examples for this would be this dude that I knew from Ireland back when I was in uni. He actually no, just this pair of Irish people. One of them was my tutor, and she was a a force of nature. We'll put it that way. There was this one point in which she had to stop working for half a year because she had somehow managed to, in a drunken stupor, had managed to dislocate her foot. And what do I mean by dislocate? It's like, okay, if this is like your leg normally, like with my fist is the foot, what she had managed to do is she had managed to fall in such a way that this hand is this is where her foot should be, and this is where it was. Like leg, her foot was over there. In some some absolutely crazy drunken stupor. And the more that I know about, like, yeah, no, that is kind of like an Irish experience. And there was this other dude that I knew who was also a force of nature. He, I have no clue what he's doing at this point anymore because he disappeared off the face of the earth. For all we know, he went back to Australia to work in the mines again because that gave him good money. But, like, shit like that is not necessarily stuff that you would know about the Irish. Or, if you hear about that online, it's like, is that an Irish thing, or is that just like, you're just a nutter? And of course it's a case of both, but it happens more often than you think. It is more quintessential to the experience of being Irish than people seem to assume. I'm going to whip out some fresh felt. Because I had a couple of squares lying around here, but not enough. I'll grab some scissors as well, 1 second. Scissors acquired. Now to do something that I would not recommend people do otherwise. Or in most circumstances, actually. Super gluing felt. Kind of in the same category as don't use super glue on wool. It is not good for, God damn it. It's a little bit too fast. That is why I use the hole puncher. Perfect little holes. That is, in fact, what she said. It fits perfectly. Nice and in place. Use the scissors to cut it off. Then eventually I'll go back around and give everything a nice pass. Make everything look nice and neat. That is how I ensure that my miniatures are fine when moving. This one still needs, this one still needs. This one doesn't. This one still needs. This one still needs. This one still needs. This one still needs. This one needs, and that's going to be a fairly complicated operation. This one 2. This one 3. This one 4, I know that. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one doesn't. Sora doesn't need it. Sephiroth doesn't need it. This Dragoon does need it. This Ishtola does not. This is Shardbearer needs it as well. This Chieftain needs. This Yetago does not. It's going to be fun figuring out exactly where I need to puncture. 1 second. Going to use a little felt tip pen. In this case, just kind of put the felt over the top. Mark out where exactly I need to puncture the holes. Then I can be precise about it. By folding stuff in half. And then you guys don't even, we haven't even gotten around to the airbrushing yet. Oh, aren't you guys lucky? Go. It's 1. Yes, perfect. And 2. Next soundtrack, because we've been live for a while now. Let's put on Endwalker. Shuffle from With Hearts Aligned onwards. If I wasn't hella sure that the YouTube copyright bots were going to be very angry at me for putting on my own music, I would put on my own music. Hell, I still might do that, but I still haven't figured out how exactly to get Spotify playing from 2 places at the same time. Or what my options are for having stuff play from Spotify from 2 locations at the same time. It should be possible. Oh, fuck. Now it's going to keep this particular figure fine. Kind of hate how there was a bunch of figures for which I had to use multiple magnets. Not really my not really my jam. This one still needs to be sanded. You should really make a Spotify account, but then again, since you had to give up on your income to go back to studying, you can't really afford premium anymore. Yeah. I think that Spotify does have student discounts, I think. I'm not entirely sure, though. Grating all that resin over these things like Parmesan. Good grief, you can really see that my cats are everywhere in this house. Kind of just had to pluck away just like an entire pluck of painted cat fur. Also, you should be able to share your Spotify accounts with your partner, if I recall correctly. Like, there are family plans for that. Yeah, especially with hobbies like miniature painting, cat fur getting everywhere is very clear. It's like, oh yeah, no, there's cats in this household. Why? Because that mini has this one little thing that kind of flows in the wind. It's painted and all. It looks gorgeous, but it flows in the wind. It's a sign that your household is loved, I think. And that you love everyone that's in it. That wasn't quite as smooth as I wanted it to be, but oh well. You see that wet spot there? That's what cyanoacrylate does. You need to be careful with it. Go. Yeah, no, I definitely should move the webcam a little bit closer to me. I'm already thinking of how exactly I'm going to be able to do that. Like, if you look at a couple of, like, miniature painting YouTubers' setups, they're often, like, very, very high-end. Very techy. And because I am a complete rookie at this, or this is the first time that I'm actually doing something like this on a stream, I'm like, well, I think that I can forgive myself a couple of, well, technical faux pas. I can forgive them myself. Yeah, no, like it's very easy for this shit to get very expensive. So I'm kind of like, I have a webcam, and at most I will. Like at the moment, all the expenditures that I have done for this kind of streaming setup is a wireless Wi-Fi adapter and a monitor mount, which my monitor is currently attached to. And at most, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be getting a document camera that I can kind of just like have here, kind of have this kind of on top, kind of just like showing everything around, and then just have the document camera kind of fill up in the middle and just showing what it is that I'm doing. Son of a bitch. Let go. I need to get used to just like doing stuff with my elbows on the table. This is probably going to ruin these scissors. So I can see bits and pieces of glue kind of just like sticking out and through. Fortunately, violence is a solution. I don't always say that violence is a solution, but sometimes it is. The hobby itself is already expensive enough. If you want to record or stream yourself doing it, that makes it even more expensive. Yeah, but you know the kind of people that I have hung around with in the past. You know who my ex is. You know that I kind of already have a mind for that kind of thing. And that I had that stuff set up in the first place as well. Also, I kind of treat like hobby expenditures as kind of like as something that you shouldn't really worry about too much, because all hobbies are expensive if you think about it. There is no such thing as a free hobby. I mean, unless you want to play unless you consider playing video games on your phone, like free to play games on your phone. If you consider that a hobby, then yeah, sure, you might be able to you might be able to repurpose a common use item for a hobby. Sure. But if it's like a hobby that a lot of people are like, yeah, no, that is kind of like a thing that a person gets creative fulfillment out of, I definitely think that all hobbies have a certain monetary entry point, a certain price tag attributed to them, because you can do a lot of miniature painting stuff for very cheap. Like, you don't necessarily need like super good brushes. Then like you can do a lot of stuff with just like very cheap, shitty synthetic brushes. Like, you won't be able to get the most detail out of it, but you can still get a lot done with a brush like this, for instance. We don't talk about how much you spent on LOL skins. Yeah, no. We don't talk about how much we spend on League of Legends either. Or may have at one point previously, may or may not have spent. We'll keep it nice and ambiguous. There we go. Get back to cleaning you up later. Or like have 200 plus games on Steam and play like 4 of them regularly. Yep. Very familiar. I just think that for a lot of the people in chat at the moment, I think that one of those games is absolutely Final Fantasy XIV. But even Final Fantasy XIV, like, that is a game where there is a price of entry. Like, first, you need to have the system on which you can, a system that can run the game. Then you need to buy the game itself. Maybe not like the starter edition, but you need to buy an expansion for it. You need to pay for your sub for it, which racks up to €14 a month, a bit more. I always budget like €15 a month for Final Fantasy XIV. And that's like one of the more like general time-consuming hobbies. That's one of the oh hey, this is my lifestyle hobbies. I think that there is absolutely a distinction between you discover Final Fantasy XIV thanks to a certain person. Yeah, no, I think that is kind of the case for both of us, actually. It's kind of funny how that kind of carries on after the people that you originally played the game for. Oh, that's going to be very. I've talked about it with Crank. I've talked about it with Leon and a lot of the people that I play Final Fantasy XIV with nowadays. But almost 7,000 hours on it. Yep. I've talked about it with the people that I play Final Fantasy XIV with, and it's going to be very funny at FanFest when I do end up seeing her again. Do you think of getting Baldur's Gate 3? I am not thinking of getting Baldur's Gate 3. I spend too much time thinking about D&D already. I don't need a computer game to help me do it as well. Give this model a once over. Get rid of a lot of those little support bits. So I find it so funny, kind of just like having had FanFest on in the background for like the past 2 days. I find it incredibly funny, just kind of see how how American people are. Such a weird wouldn't necessarily be the right word for it. A very unique people. Very much so, very self-absorbed. From what I'm noticing, from what I've heard from my roommate, actually. Very self-absorbed. It's not very easy for them to kind of approach life in a different way than the way that they do it. It reminds you of Paris in 2019 when you came up to say hi and see her face change color when she realized who you were. Yeah. Oh, I think that Paris in general wasn't necessarily a good fan fest for her because there were other people there that she was like, I'm not sure about you. Good times, fun times. always look back at those times fondly, despite how everything ended. I'm gonna have to fold you. First time you met Lex and Crank and the other people that you've been playing with for years. Yeah, that's always the beauty of a fan fest, I find. Get to meet the people that you otherwise only really attribute a name and a player model to. Get to put a face to the people as well. And if anything with me, it's kind of like, well, I have one last thing that I had bought for... With me, like, with Eno, it's kind of like, well, I have this one last thing that I have lying around that I had bought originally for her from the first paycheck. Always meant to give it to her, but then we never saw each other after that, so... Or... Never saw each other in a situation in which I would be able to hand it over to her. Because it was one online call, and that was it. Yeah, I think that yeah, that's also always fun. Didn't know you raided with Cheza. Started raiding with her when you moved from Chaos to Light. Ah, fair enough. I remember that Eno was also very happy to actually get to see Cheza there in Paris. Actually, there were a couple of people that she was like, oh my god. You here? Incredible. I love it. Okay, she ran into... in terms of the cosplay world, she ran into... At FanFest, she has met up with Mole Cosplay, Kamui Cosplay. She met up with. I think that was in. Not in Paris. I think that was in Frankfurt. Need to remember to put my elbows on the table. You've only been able to see Kamui from far away because she's always swarmed by people for pictures. Yeah, I think Ino kind of just like ran into her at one point, kind of just like walking around. Oh, son of a bitch. Too much super glue. And so she was able to get a picture that way. The only reason you've been able to speak to Chaz in 2019 because you knew each other already. You just had to introduce yourself by your in-game name for her to recognize you. Yeah, see, that's kind of what I mean. That is the beauty of a fan fest. Like, you know, I'm Myrmidon, or I'm Dockwaves, or I'm Kasai, or I'm Flitty at Topplestack, or I'm Crank. Everyone's like, holy shit, you look very young. Are you sure you're legally allowed to play Final Fantasy XIV? The stack on Lex memes during Shiva. Yep. It's always really funny to see how that kind of stuck around with Lex. That shit is right there. This is a very time-consuming process, I have to say. And I knew what I was getting myself into, but... Eat. First extreme content, being the Warring Triad and Last Hero of Alexander with Crank and Mizu and everyone, yeah. Kind of like that moment of like, yeah, everything's fresh and new. I don't know, with that kind of situation, I'm always kind of like, I know how Ino is when it comes to people that kind of don't really do as she wants them to. That would be kind of like That's not entirely correct, that way of putting it, but her kind of assumptions on how people need to operate with her kind of being around. Kind of like, even with all of that there, like, even with that being like probably the main defining thing of how, especially with our case, is that she's kind of just like been like, you've irked me. I am now never going to speak with you ever again, and if you dare speak with me again, I will fucking fight you. It's kind of sad because, like, honestly, there's just a lot of good memories that kind of come with getting to with knowing someone for that amount of time. And, like, yeah, people go their own separate ways, but there's nothing wrong with that. That's nothing but human. I'm looking forward to getting all of this primed up. Oh, get back. Now these guys are going to be absolute assholes. Which I think I might actually just save for a later day because it is getting quite late and I do need to cook dinner. That means that I can now go to preparing miniatures. Kaine. All prepared. Airbrush. All prepared. Actually wasn't putting any effort into fights. Well, the thing with Ino is, and I've heard this with a lot of people from a lot of people that kind of knew her, is that she was / is extremely afraid that her not being permanently ready to read chat, at least at that time, that was a big thing with her, that she was like, I can't pay attention to this thing because my main thing here is paying attention to chat. People are here to interact with me, not to watch me do this content. And that also kind of affected a lot of other things, like we had this D&D campaign going at the time. Crank was in it at the end, Lex was in it. You probably know of Galeria. Galeria was in there as well. And she was in there as well, but like eventually, like, she's just stopped paying attention, spent a lot of time on her phone, and eventually she just kind of dropped from playing because she was just too busy just chatting with people, because she had to be on all the time. And that really just like put a damper on a lot of her relationships that she had or was able to build up, at least here in the Netherlands when she lived here with me. Because she really wanted to be like, she wants to be like, I'm mostly a Final Fantasy 14 streamer, but I also stream a bunch of other things. But, like, that entire thing of like, well, I am a Final Fantasy streamer, but I also have to focus really hard on just interacting with the community, that was never really something that she could square off with one another. That mostly done, because I know with these pieces, like, I'm now preparing a lot of, I'm getting rid of a lot of the details from the 3D prints. There's a couple of nooks around here that kind of still sticking out from the supports. Just filing those off, making sure that everything fits as well. If she was there even off stream, she just wasn't there. Yeah. But to be honest, that's also kind of like differing approaches to how people interact with the game. Like, some people really just kind of see it as a place where they go to chill and spend time with friends. And some people are like, I am enjoying doing a challenge with these people, and when I'm there to do that thing, I am there with them. And for her, it was much more so a thing of, well, I want to do things with these people, but it's also my job, and I have been spending a lot of time working, so I don't want to think about that kind of stuff, per se. It's kind of like she wasn't able to distinguish between Final Fantasy XIV being her job and Final Fantasy XIV being a place where she went to relax. I guess that's kind of also the downside for most content creators. It's like, this thing that you really, really, really enjoy doing and love, and so much so that you've actually managed to make your job out of it, but once you get there, like, it stops being about that enjoyment of what you're doing anymore. I don't know if you guys can see this, but this is incredibly wet. And these lights are fairly diffuse already, but it's a little bit too. And because it's so wet, it picks up all the cat hairs. I'm not entirely sure what it is exactly. It could be resin, but that's probably what it is. Leaking out from there. Yeah, no, it's absolutely some of the resin. And like there is a hole here for an accessory. There's also a hole here that I hadn't noticed until now. So I'm going to grab a wipe and then throw this under the UV light again. Okay, that's that going. And now for this bitch. Because this staff connects in like this. Only it doesn't quite do so quite smoothly. So how am I going to have to sand that down? You were helping Serenity clear and Singer X. Yeah, and you're drunk. I just saw the messages. Because I have Discord open on my other computer, so I still see a lot of things. the staff should be... I haven't cleared any of the Endwalker extremes aside from Hydaelyn and Zodiark. Never really felt like it. Even though I probably could. I still, in any case, I still need to go through all the Shadowbringer trials and get my Gweebers. I think I might need to... Either there's something in there that I can't get out. You have like 2 dragons. I have none. Not a single one. I think that the Discord server actually wanted to meet up and actually go do some of those. Yeah, I think in this case it's going to be something that I'm going to have to leave up to the glue. Go over the entire model, or this entire part of the model, rather. Tired of your... I cleared your extreme 100 times legit. Yeah. I'd probably give up after 30 times. Honestly, like, mount farming is honestly something that I'd probably only ever really do if I'm with a set group of people. It's like, okay, we clear this fight X number of times. Go down the list. Once everyone has it, we move on to the next fight. Oh, you get 2 totems per run nowadays. Okay. Was that always the case with Ensinger? Because no, with Hydaelyn and Zodiark, it was only ever 1. So the fact that I cleared both of them about like 30 times each would have been enough. If it was 2 totems per run, I would have been like, oh yeah, no, I'd persevere through those 20 extra runs proper. Oh, Zervan Extreme was weird to pick up on. Like, I didn't enjoy Zervan Extreme as much as I enjoyed Sophia Extreme. Skip, soar, or disband. Yep. Skip, soar, or disband. My brother in Christ. We're a Claire party. The current Unreal is Zervan, so you get to re-meme. I haven't even unlocked Unreal Trials because I don't particularly care too much about redoing those fights. Like, I mean, sure, for nostalgia's sake, I would probably be like, yeah, no, I'd like to be able to scream long D at people or short D at people. or make inappropriate comments to a potential girlfriend, like long day, long day, long day. Hey, babe. Clear party. Almost 7 weeks in Party Finder hell. Jesus. Okay, I heard that the security station was done. Yeah, no, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be getting all this prepared, primed, maybe add a Zenithal on top of it, and then I'm going to wrap up around then. Oh, that is going to be fun times. Because I think that no one now... I think that the vast majority of the player base nowadays has no clue how Thornton was. Or Thornton Extreme was. Like, everyone's always just been able to cheese him. Although I do think it's fun that they're revisiting a lot of the old fights for Unreals. I hope, and with those kinds of things, I'm only ever really like, I hope that they use that to improve the fights going forward. This one doesn't need anything. I think I might have already done that one. This one does need some additional TLC. The tail. Feathers on her dress. then her body on the other part of her skirt. And then I can assemble bits and pieces of everything. I glue a couple of them, at least the places that are needed to keep everything in place. And then sub-assembly time. There we go. Okay, this doesn't look like it needs anything. Okay, there's the final hole. Wondering where it was. I just want to sand those things down a little bit. Get rid of the supports. Oh yeah, Susano on release was so much fun. Very good fight. Honestly, part of me is kind of like, well, I should probably go and revisit this with a drill. But then I know for a fact that this particular figure is hollow, so that there is uncured resin on the inside, and that is going to be a bitch to deal with. Because I had it with a previous printing project that I wanted to hollow that I had it printed out hollow, and I wanted to add magnets to it because I have this home improvement project in mind. And then like I opened it up and was like, oh, never mind, I am not going to be able to do this because there is resin leaking out like mad. Felt this one up. Do prep work on her. Then I get to identify what exactly, which pieces exactly I get to glue together and which pieces I don't. I think that for priming the big bust sculpt minis, I might actually do like a multiple stage zenithal highlight. Also include a gray step in there. one second, I'll show you what exactly it is that I'm talking about. Because I found some 3D printable Switch Pro controller holders, like this, and then I hollowed them out on cheetah blocks, because I'm like, well, this thing is absolutely fucking massive, and I don't want to waste a lot of resin on this. Hollowed is fine, especially if I'm going to be magnetizing it and attaching it to something that I'm going to be putting on, like, a wall or something. Like, have a little shelf, put this on there, magnetized so it stays in place. Switch controller on there, you can take it off every now and then whenever you play on the Switch. Only, like, when you wash the resin off, you manage to get everything that is being washed, you manage to get all the resin off of that. You don't get everything that's off on the inside. And so when I was like, okay, I need to drill holes for the magnets, I drilled the holes for the magnets, and then there was still uncured resin on the inside, resin that hadn't been washed when it was cured. And because of the colored resin that it didn't shine through entirely the curing process, so it wasn't entirely done yet. And for something big like that, it's not that big of a problem because, well, it has a flat surface. You can kind of just drill a hole in it and let everything leak out over the course of like 3 days. And then let everything dry out after that. But there is a fair amount of... Like, I wouldn't be able to angle these models in such a way that everything would be able to come leaking out in one go. I could keep on having to flip everything. And that is not always a good idea. In any case, still have to do some touch-ups on this here. Let's remove all the felt lining. But no, there is not. And this Dragoon also needs a bit of additional TLC. Now this is the second one of these Dragoons that I have printed out. But when I was printing out this fellow, I noticed a little bit later on that the spear tip wasn't entirely straight. Like if I compare it to the one that succeeded, like you'll notice that the spear on that one is nice and straight and a complete line, and the other one was not because of a printing snafu. So I decided to reprint this Dragoon. I was like, well, I already have another Dragoon. Why not have two of each? Nice, balanced, representative force. Also very fitting that, what was it? Imagination from Duality is on right now. At least in my headphones. Yeah, after a while, like resin has, like both resin and PLA have a shelf life. And it isn't helped out that that extensive use will often hasten that shelf life, like with so many things. God damn, this girl will be thick. I remember showing this this particular sculpt to my D&D to my D&D group. They were like, "Jesus Christ, she's caked up on a Thursday afternoon." which just so happened to be when we were painting. I don't know, like, this might just be me kind of just like looking at the 3D printing community by and large, but I do notice that there is a lot of sexualization of women involved. I mean, it's also there for men. Like, you get some absolutely ridiculous male sculpts as well, but they are more pronounced on, or there are more female sculpts than male sculpts. Like, you can have entire like eyebrows on Kickstarter every now and then, because that's where I get a lot of my files from. And a lot of the Kickstarters that I've kind of browsed, they're like, oh, you're selling a lot of STLs, I see. And they kind of just go through everything. It's like, yeah, no, look here at all these scantily clad pirate wenches for your D&D adventures. I'm like, huh? I mean, that's someone's thing, sure, but not really mine. Yeah, the 3D community might also be artists in general, very true, but like the 3D community is very much like, okay, we have here a resin printable file that you yourself get to paint. Not only is she single and looking to mingle, if you were, but you can paint her whatever way you want and then put her in the jar. Like, with artists in general, it's kind of like, yeah, oh, you know, I can appreciate the artistry that went into this, and I can appreciate the technical artistry that also went into those like female sculpts, but I don't know. It's just, I'm very like pro just people being like, yeah, no, if you want to have a lot of sex, then go for it. I'm not going to tell you that that is incorrect or wrong. Like, I'm not the arbiter of these kinds of values. But look, with this, it's kind of like, that just kind of feels like, that for some reason feels kind of weird to me. But then again, like, a lot of what I'm kind of coming from is playing D&D and stuff, where it's like, yeah, no, you can, like, sure, I'd like to have a pirate crew, but I don't want that pirate crew to be solely in capacity of like, well, these people look like they look. How do I put this? The TTRPG community definitely has a problem with the far right. By that I don't necessarily mean like far right as in political movement, but kind of like the oh my god, we are alpha male mentality. Like, oh, we are savior figures. So you definitely do get a lot of. You definitely do see a lot of, well, that just being like it just being a very uncomfortable space for women and such to exist in. And with Kickstarters like that, it's kind of like, okay, you have this entire pirate crew that is going to be probably set up as a sort of villain of sorts, and then because of the community that kind of goes into it, it's kind of like, okay, these poor girls, when we are done with them, they are probably going to have to retire over 9 months because all of a sudden they have a child. Like, I know that there are absolutely player groups that do kind of support that kind of mentality. And those kinds of Kickstarters, they would be kind of supporting that as well. And that's what makes me feel kind of uncomfortable about it. Brain, have I got one? No, I have not got a brain. I've been sitting here for 5 hours or so. Also, people make villains way too sexy. People make villains too sexy. Like, you can absolutely just have, like, a villain that's kind of just described as, like, yeah, no, this guy looks like an absolute fucking monster, and then there's going to be someone online that's like, oh my god, yes, peg me zaddy. Yeah, those kinds of people. The people that are like, oh yeah, I'm the hero of this story, and everyone kind of exists to subserve that fantasy. Usually because they don't separate fantasy from reality. Yeah, that. It's like, yeah, no, this clearly comes from a basis somewhere, and this is kind of an outlet for it. Okay, one more piece of felt, and then I get to do my little bits of sub-assembly. And then we're going to be trying airbrushing, and then I'm going to wrap up, turn on LEC, and cook. There we go. There, that's that. Yeah, finals tonight. Okay, let's start off with Kaine. Yeah, the 14th community is also very guilty of it. And, like, there's a couple of villains in which that absolutely has a place. Like, Xenos is very much so set up to be kind of like a very attractive character. But then people are like, yeah, no, like Emmett Selk, for example. With Emmett Selk, it's very much so like, yeah, no, this man has seen 1,000 lifetimes. I don't think that he would ever be interested in us in any way other than as the enemy. Kasai was, yeah, that's how we got to know each other originally. And no, he is on light at the moment, if I recall correctly. I'll just get all the resin splinters and stuff off. Yep, no expanding the group now, Leon. Just blowing all of the resin flakes and ever off. I love how I immediately just kind of like resin, airbrush in general just comes like, okay, push it down, air comes out, pull it back, paint comes out. And I love how with me it's automatically like, okay, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Regardless of whether I'm just using it for the air. Which I am in this case because I want to get all of this little bits of resin flakes and stuff off. Yep, 2-stage airbrush triggers. You want to have an airbrush with a 2-stage airbrush trigger. Okay, that's that. This is going to be a bitch to clean up. But okay, assembly. Starting off with Kaine. First things first, take that off. That is going to be separate. This is going to be a solid unit. Because I can kind of base all the assemblies stuff off of this. And then I can separate her legs, but I do have to attach her arm. At least for the priming stage. I'm not going to pin everything up. God, no. That would be so much time. But if we have a Discord, oh boy, do we. It's mostly just like shit talk and at times fairly not safe for work banter and seeing seeing Francel the Highlander fuck everything under the moon. Lot of degeneracy. Lot of degeneracy. Holy shit, so much degeneracy. Yeah. That piece works. Okay, the body. The hand does need to be separate. At least that hand does. This hand does not. And then the head as well. Francel's a good boy. I'm not saying he isn't. I'm just saying that he's good in multiple ways. If his track record is to be believed. We made him make you do those things? No, I think you were going to do those things regardless. Don't you try to fucking gaslight us. There is always a choice, and you clearly made yours. Wait, that is enough super glue. People have told me that if not for you, people would have forgotten him. Yeah, not everyone does firmaments quite as religiously as you do. Or did firmament quite as religiously as you do. Kinda on her. Half moon. Like I would consider kind of attaching this hand to her as well. But in the kind of just like general assembly thing, I'd probably prefer to kind of keep it separate. Also for moving it around. Okay. There is assembled Kaine. Let's move the owlbear out of the way. Let's begin to assemble Zeus's waifu. The only person for which Zeus himself was like, yeah, no, my character isn't a virgin. He's had sex with Ishtola. Like, I'm like, okay, sure, buddy. Print her 13 times so that Zeus can put her in a jar. Poor Stola. I am very interested to see who is going to end up in whose group for Dawn Trial. No, we've established that Zeus ain't a virgin anymore, but for different reasons than Zeus had in mind. Something snapped. But I think that it was a good thing that it snapped, because now it fits. I guess that the correct word in that case would be it cracked. The hand is going to be an absolute bitch to paint to prime otherwise. Kind of have to glue her on. That. This is going to be a very interesting first piece to actually like properly just do predominantly with an airbrush. Both of these pieces actually are going to be very interesting airbrush projects. Go. Let that dry. I also have to kind of grab the reference photos as well for how exactly the tail is supposed to be. Grabbing references. This model had a reference. I can also print out let's see. I could ask a friend if he has a Gene from Genshin Impact, Samus from Metroid. He has Bowsette, Yuna from Final Fantasy X, Lilith from Diablo, Bayonetta, Aloy, Bo-Katan Kryze, Tifa Lockhart, bunch of World of Warcraft people. A gamer girl. Lol. Hilarious. Jinx from Arcane. Winry Rockbell. Vi from Arcane. Ronnie the Witch. Princess Zelda from Breath of the Wild. 2B. I mean, I have 2B. I think I will have to attach her tail now. I think I'll do that with the miniature more or less assembled. To be or not to be? Hey, he shows up. Finally. Guess a lot of people kind of just like talking about stuff behind your back is kind of like, no, I don't want that. How you doing, Fern? Good to see you. You know a person on Twitter who does custom 3D prints of Warriors of Light? They cost several thousands in money. Yep. I know, in fact, that there's multiple people like that. And that one of them actually just like takes... one of them just kind of takes it out of... yoinks the character data from the save files. Or from the files. But there's also people that are like, yeah, no, this person kind of just hand sculpts everything. Which is a right fucking bitch. Leon's in the stream listening to it on full volume, so you've been listening for a while. I hope that the relaxing sounds of Minecraft have been helping. Ugh, great. What's going on here? Wait, I have to identify which one of these two doesn't sit well. This one. And it is because a corner does not quite sit properly either. I mean, it could be, but I don't know how to I don't know how to sculpt. That is the immediate problem. I'm like, you know, it could be some extra gill in the future, but I don't know how to sculpt. I know how to paint, I know how to print, I don't know how to sculpt. And the people that I do know how to sculpt, they are affiliated with people that I don't get to talk with anymore. Well, it could be extra gil for you. If you decide to pick up that skill when you go to school again. Looking to get into the cosplay. You're looking to get into getting into the cosplay world. People are able to learn. Yeah, true. And especially for cosplayers, being able to 3D sculpt for 3D printing is a very useful skill. And make her make me cool stuff. Very valid. Yoshida's Gunblade in Final Fantasy 13 FanFest? Yeah, I remember that thing. Yeah, I know that Kamui, for example, she's currently doing a Yelan cosplay, and like they've actually sculpted and 3D printed the entire bow. Yeah, I remember. You forget that I was like at least like half a meter away from Ino when she was fangirling with Cheza over it. You have a tailoring degree from 20 years ago, so you're trying to get into school to refresh and renew your skills and knowledge, but adding all your gaming persona. Well, if you want a couple of people that are probably very similar to what you want to do, would probably be I could send you a couple of people. Because there are a lot. There's a couple of people that I know of at least that are very much the same. Interestingly enough, these are all people that I know through my ex. I'm not sure how that makes me feel. Actually, I know exactly how that makes me feel. I'm just like, yeah, no, it's people that I know. And they're good. And they're good people, and I like them a lot. You'll see in 11 days. Oh, fingers crossed. But please don't forget that even if you don't get in, it doesn't change your worth, and you can also always just like try to learn everything yourself. Just because you don't get to go to school for it doesn't mean that you can't do it. You'll do great, Leon. Okay, I would have to do it on both sides. God damn, she cheeked up! Okay, but that... There. That fits, and I will probably have to glue it together to be able to get everything to sit properly, but I don't need to do that yet because when I prime everything, I do want to keep it kind of separate. You were accepted into vocational school and you did the absolute bare minimum. The motivation letter and the interviews are just formalities. Yeah, I think that with most vocational schools, it's also kind of like, well, you're here to learn how to do these things. We don't expect you to be a master sewer already. That fits. That one goes there. This one goes here. And the staff goes separate. Right! That means we get to do the fun stuff now, which is actually putting paint to miniature. Hoppa. You posted more heresy in Discord? Oh dear. In the wise words of Yoshi P, please look forward to it. Two. Get to set this up and see how this goes. Finally some airbrushing, finally some painting. I figured that this spot here might actually be the better one to do it in at the moment. Right. Hi, buddy. Gigi was giving me a stern look. Okay, so what we are going to be starting off with is we are going to be priming all of this hair. Starting it off with a nice black base coat. Except for this fellow. This fellow basically has already been primed. And this one over here is a bad print, so I'm not going to bother with that. Start out with a black base coat. Including for Kaine as well as for Ishtola. Then for Kaine and Ishtola, I'm going to be adding on an additional gray step. So whereas with the first base coat, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be painting everything black, and then I'm going to be adding like. I'll explain it when I get there. Give me. Give me my black primer. Give me my airbrush thinner. I really need to get this attached properly to a Nutella jar. That is what that was originally designed around. A 350-gram Nutella jar. And then for some reason it's too small for a 450-gram Nutella jar. There we go. More thinner. Now this is one of the two reasons why I have 2 jars of water. I still have another jar for the cats, should they want water from up here. There we go. Let's move this stuff over to the side here. That don't accidentally knock it over. Smiley face. Let's start with a tool. Because why not? Move some lights over. I have so many miniatures already prepared kind of in this way that it really is a necessity for me at this point to go and start painting them. This particular miniature, for those among us who read fantasy, is a tool from Stormlight Archive. There. 1. Let me line up a couple of things to get paint on. No, this figure isn't even ready yet. Not sure why it was on the pile. 3 things for that. Let's do some Stola. And normally once you reach this particular stage in miniature painting, like the stage where you start priming the stuff, is when a lot of your mistakes in prep work, they start coming out. So I'm fully expecting there to be a lot of things that I notice now that I will have to go over again later to fix. But for now, I'm just enjoying getting paint on a miniature. I guess that strictly technically speaking, I don't really need to have her put together like this for this particular stage, because this is just adding black. And black isn't necessarily... the end color that I'm going to be playing her in. I will be needing her assembled again for the Zenither stage. Oop, boink. Just kind of put her where I want her to be, which is without her hair. I might have made this particular paint a little bit too thin. But whatever. That's separated. Careful here. Pincer from below. Yeah, no, I absolutely made that paint a little bit too thin. But that's okay. I can go back in. Get some more paint. Top it back up. Mix everything up, and now eventually we will reach a point in which the thinner isn't quite as dominant anymore. And the primer comes through. Is this being laid on a bit thick? Yes, it is. Normally, what you want to do when you're airbrushing stuff is you want the layer of paint that you put on there to dry basically almost immediately after you blow a bit on it. But with a model of this size, I'm kind of like, well, I'll just do it like this. Make multiple passes. Now, the worst part of this is that this resin is white. So you kind of have to make damn fucking sure that you get good coverage. Put it in the wrong hole. That is what he said, in fact. That dry. The leg wants to join in as well. Very well, we'll do the leg. I do need to be careful that I don't get too much paint on my monitor. Yep. That one there. Fuck's sake. Yep, there we go. That's just wet. that dry. Gentle pizza balancing of the base. Okay. That's that. I'm going to grab the staff. Do as much of this as possible. Jeez, this thing is going to break at some point. I could feel it. I'm inevitably going to miss a piece of food. Airbrush priming a miniature. Very therapeutic experience. It's extremely loud. There we go. And hey, would you look at that? The chieftain is almost half primed. Didn't quite do any prep work on this guy, I think. Or I did and I just missed a couple of pieces, which is also very possible. This is going to be a fun miniature to paint, I think. Oh, pincha de la puta madre. You're buying Toman, and you have 2 items over what you need to be able to buy it. And you're like, oh fuck. Very fair. Very close to almost having to do another trial roulette. But hey, doesn't it just feel nice when everything goes perfectly? Okay, that's that one done. Off to the next tool. One that didn't have any misprints, but then again, for monsters with misprints, I'm usually like, oh, that's a chance to add character. Like, I had it with a couple of my dragons that they misprinted, and I was like, oh, that's fun. That's fine. I can just turn that into battle scars. You would have been able to do another trial with it because you counted what you needed to reach cap. 160 tomes, which would bring the tomes to 377. Oh, yeah. Reaching cap is a thing that I'm going to be doing tomorrow. There we go. Now for my favorite thing. Cork. With magnets. We're going to be priming our first Ishtola. Our first mini Ishtola, mind you. Still have a couple of passes. I still have one more pass to go on the big one. First mini Ishtola. Then we're going to be revisiting Maxi Stola. I'll do for mini Stola. Bit I still had to hit there. Pass 2 on Maxi Stola. Go. I'm 100% certain that once I'm done with all of this, and everything's dried and everything, I'm going to find a couple of locations where I'm like, you know, I missed that. And that is okay. Because I'm going to be going over everything for this miniature and kind of with gray. That make the black really just like the shadows of the deepest shadows, and that kind of being the deepest point of the model. Let's build up lights from there. Does this wait a second pass? Unfortunately it does, because my fingers are fat and sticky. It hasn't quite set yet, and I've torn stuff off. Go. Label that for what it is, and move some stuff over. 1, draw dry. 2, move a goblin. Move a chol. Move this kobold. It really doesn't have a good connection. She's looking fine. Move that there and grab the first of the dragoons. Prime this fellow. Now with the dragoons, what I'm going to be doing with a couple of other things is I'm going to be adding the zenithal highlight that I was talking about earlier. But there's a couple of miniatures for which I'm not going to do that, and the dragoon is one of them. Because, or at least one of no, the dragoons are not one of them. Because the dragoon's armor is predominantly metallic. And metallics, they reflect light much stronger than non-metallics. That is an entire concept in, well, painting that really a lot of people really struggle with. Or at least it's kind of like the first sign of like, yeah, no, you are a halfway competent miniature painter, is when you can replicate the effect of metallics without using any metallic paints. It's also the main reason why I am never going to be like, yeah, no, I am a good painter, because I simply can't do that. But I'm gonna try. With one of them. Or both of them, actually. Once I've done this, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add the first layer onto Kanye. Let this all dry out. as is usually the case with these things, I'm going to come back and look at this thing and see a lot of different spots where there should have been paint, but there isn't. And then I will just simply make another pass. I don't think it needs to be that necessary. Don't really think it needs to be that difficult. You Gucci, you Gucci. This gives me the chance to kind of paint him from below. Right! Kaine. This is a complete piece. This is not. Hey, I've run out. And so I have. Time to top everything back up again. Feedback. Back to Kaine's left leg. There. Leg one. Leg two. Normally I wouldn't even be too bothered with the soles of the feet, but I know that this is a bust. Or a larger miniature. Where you can, in fact, see the bottom of the feet. 2. Kinase body. Now we're gonna do it this way. I think this is gonna be a 2-passer. Make a pass on one side, wait till it's dried out, and make another pass. Pulling her by our little stumps. Like I mentioned, priming is kind of like the stage where you begin to spot a lot of your own mistakes in preparation. Boy, have I spotted some. Go. There we go. I'll let this dry. Nice long drying time. Actually, with all of this that needs to dry, I might actually just like wrap up at one point. Just be like, yeah, no, I'll finish this up in my own time. But still, good to hear that all the sound and everything is working fine. There isn't anything that's too incredibly disturbing. There we go. We'll probably have to make a second pass on this, because I'm taking paint off. we go. I think that is going to be enough for now. Have to let it dry out. Big hecking chunker of the base. I have to say that I imagine that the airbrush is getting incredibly annoying right now, or at least the compressor tank is. He's been blowing non-stop. I, for one, would be incredibly annoyed by this. Hell, I am incredibly annoyed by this. Should I be doing this with a mask on? Probably. Am I doing it with a mask on? No. How are we looking in terms of paint? Oh, we still have a bit to go. Okay, I think that a lot of the second passes and stuff I can just do on my own. I mean, now that I'm priming, I can see a bunch of different little mistakes that I've made, so I'm gonna have to scrape those off. this big boy primed. Oop, boink, 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 boink. Stay right there. Okay. 2. Three. Oh, peace and quiet. I love it. There, 1, 2. This little fella here. One. Madam Dragoon. Papa Dragoon. Go. That's all still waiting. Let's grab Sora, why not? Sora on a 32mm base. Best fit Sora. Kingdom Hearts 2 fit Sora. Let's just see if the print fucked up somewhere. Time for the second pass on Kaine. Kaine gently like a baby. sprayer with layers of black paint. Echo chance. Stola. The one that had some battle damage. Because of a support that refused to let go of her face. Let's start with a shard bearer. Now these shard bearers and a lot of these Stormlight Archive miniatures, they are not going to be Xenofold. Because most of them have armor. Predominantly metallic surfaces. And as we established earlier, we don't Xenofold that because metal reacts differently to light than most other things. Damn, Sora dried quickly. I didn't trust it. I did a little bit more. Come here, Sephiroth. Your turn. Motherfucker fucked up in the print twice. We're out of paint. It's gonna be the last refill and then I'm gonna be wrapping it up here, guys. At this point I'm beginning to get fairly hungry. Need to cook still. Chance. Female shard bearer. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 things, 11 things to go. We're almost there, guys, almost there. Go. Shard bearer 1 done. Next shard bearer. Sorry that I'm not really that entertaining at the moment. This is concentration work. And people feed off of the chat, of the energy of chat, and chat's quiet because everyone's doing important things. It's understandable. Go. Beep, 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 beep. Now this holder can handle a 32mm base, so I'm pretty sure it can handle a 30mm base as well. But I think I'd rather not. rather use a handle where I can actually get the rinse well. Hilarious. Usually at the point at which I'm like, okay, I just want to get this over and done with, my airbrush is also like, I want to get this over and done with. It starts spraying really well. Me. And just like that, this fella was done. Easy. Next fellow. I think I mentioned it earlier, but an airbrush is absolutely a godsend for this kind of thing. I cannot even begin to fathom how long it would take me to get all this done by painting on primer. That would be absolute hell. Am I doing any 14 stuff today at all? I'm gonna be logging on later, but I just want to get all this get this layer of black primer on everything. I'm gonna just redo all of this later. But first I wanna get all this, get the base layer of primer on and then cook dinner as well. Like, I just want to make sure that that is out of the way first and foremost, and then I will be on. So yes, but later. Way later, I'm not... Oh, fuck, it's already 8 o'clock. Jesus. Way later, I'm not entirely sure. I was not paying attention to the time. I should have been doing that. I have 4 more minis to prime. No, 5. So much shit to prime. I'll finish this this paint load and then we'll get cooking. So it's probably gonna be like an hour or so. And then with me stuffing food down my gullet. God. So much is Zenithal as well, so I know what I'm going to be doing tomorrow, most likely. That's why I love how different the bows are between the Parchment and the Alethi. Like if we contrast the dude that I've just primed, eeny meeny miny bow, versus this dude, primed literally seconds before him, hefty chonker. Yep, I suppose that makes sense as well. Boink, there we go. These gloves are not reusable. They're disposable gloves. I bought them for like €2 or something. And 100 pack of them. 100 pack for €2. I mean, technically speaking, I could probably reuse them. Only I don't think that would be the best thing to do in terms of keeping an eye on my paint and the flow of it. I like how they added little bits of like, yeah, no, there was battle damage to this, because the shield on this guy is kind of dented. This bloke. Probably the base of Shtola's staff. And then these things, these switch controller holders. they get dirty in all the same areas. Yeah, it's always on the fingers, and then to double check if everything's flowing fine on the airbrush, you kind of just like use the back of your hand for it. But it also helps out for like I have these things predominantly for when I actually start painting stuff, because having them having gloves like this kind of gives you a white underground to kind of show you how the paint flows and how it's going to look. So it's very useful for when I'm actually just like painting. Which is predominantly a way I use them. And then whenever I'm baking or something, and there's something I need to mix up by hand, then I have the fortune of being like, I have latex gloves that I can use so I don't have to keep on washing my hands. Staff. See, now that everything's kind of just like readied out, I can kind of look at everything over and see kind of like, oh, there's white showing through there. Now, it's not the end of the world for this particular mini. I don't think I'm going to be bothering too much with it. Especially if I'm going to be going over it again, but I do want to make sure that there is no pure white showing through. I'm just priming these things black because in case I want to do something with them later on in terms of like, coloring and stuff, black's always a good point to kick off from. That black's never really the worst cover to go over. Stuff gets left behind somehow. Bottom. I might add a second layer later, or a second layer just to make sure that everything's covered properly. what roulettes do I want to do mostly? I don't really care. Whatever's left over, I guess I'll join in on, because I don't really need. I'm already near cap, so I don't need to worry too much about getting too much stuff, and I do need to go to bed on time. So you guys do what you want to do, and I'll join in later. Two. This thing is absolutely fucking destroyed. My hands all sweaty as well. Incredible. How far am I? Oh, I'm almost done. I don't think it would matter too much if I... There's that little bit that's left. It's fun to do self-only. Okay, yeah, no worries. Yeah, roulettes are always fun to do with other people. Right. And with that, we have reached the end of the airbrushing stage, and that also means that we are nearing the end of stream. I get to do a lot of cleaning now, and then precisely figuring out exactly what is left. And then I get to cook, and then I'm going to be logging on to Final Fantasy 14. One. This is the process of the video where I clean my airbrush. I would have done this more often if I was switching between different paint colors, but unfortunately I wasn't switching between different paint colors, so kind of redundant. Let's see how this thing works. Nifty. That actually looks really fucking cool. It's like you just do that and all of a sudden this little mist comes out. Okay. That's that. Now, to dismember this thing and kind of clean out its innards, and then I'm wrapping it up. For which I will need my hygienische doekjes. Stashed away over here. And then I get to disassemble everything and put everything back in its place. By God, this is a lot of minis again. No. Only the one, thank you. Oh, God damn it. This is probably the most tedious aspect of having an airbrush. It's the cleanup that you have to do afterwards. You do not want to let the needle dry with paint on it because that impedes the flow of paint. Basically, having the needle in the airbrush to kind of guide the paint through a little hole is basically the only thing that saves, that makes it a wide spray and not just you blasting paint from a little nozzle. Of course, there's various different needle types as well for those uninitiated with with airbrushes. There's different needle sizes. But regardless of which needle size you use, you have to clean up the airbrush a bit afterwards. It's always important to do a good job with this. To take your time with it, because, after all, you need to take care of your tools. And I have to say I'm quite happy with how the paints are looking right now. So it could also just divide it between like hot and cold paints, but I don't think that would be quite as fun as having it kind of match Ticket to Ride. It's been a while since I played Ticket to Ride as well, so maybe I'll convince. I'll be able to ask my parents if we can play a game sometime. Ticket to Ride's kind of our current holiday game. The game that we play when we go on vacation in France. Sides are nice and clean, and I think that they are. So yeah, with that, I'm gonna be wrapping up stream. Just switching over to the final scene. I will see you all next stream. What exactly I'm gonna be doing, I'm not entirely sure. When it's gonna be, I'm not entirely sure either. But I do want to do it. I do want to be a little bit more consistent in the streaming, and considering that I have a lot of stuff to prime up now, I think that would be a perfect thing to just do for now, and then. Maybe see if I can pick something up for some actual painting when we are there. Oh yeah, Jesus. Let's give this a good proper clean out. I see some paint on the needle that shouldn't be there. There's a lot of that cleaning stuff happens off camera because the camera doesn't quite get everything. Pull the needle through a couple of times. A little bit of fresh air on my face. Reward for a job well done. So yeah, I'll be wrapping up now, guys. Thank you all very much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next stream. Toodles.